Okay, we're back. Hopefully that's working now. Hopefully we're back live on YouTube. Okay. It looks like it's working now. Okay, cool. I left. Yep. Yep, like all I had to do was click the button on and off. We lost him. I'm right here, I'm afraid. I'm afraid I haven't gone anywhere. Fortunately, you're stuck with me for the time being. I might have to leave soon, though, sadly. Gotta get my shots. Now, I know it's Friday and we want to party. I know it's Friday and we want to party, but it's only 1:42 p.m. Welcome back, everybody. It's Friday. Welcome back. It's Friday. Got the question box open today. Aside from that, there was one thing I wanted to show you. I actually had a couple articles to look at. Thought we might be able to talk about this a little bit today. A recently published study revealed that well, to be fair, it revealed something that we've already long known. This isn't news to us, but science has confirmed it. Science has confirmed that brain rot content actually does rot your brain. Now, this could be applied to other places where short form content exists, because what they're really talking about here is, because it's also YouTube Shorts. That's the one they get me on. I don't do it on my phone. Like, I don't do video content on my phone. I'll sit on my computer and I'll scroll through YouTube Shorts, though. That is one thing I will do. I have Instagram, but nothing on it. We need those thirst traps, and we need them yesterday. Is the cowboy hat not a regular thing? I've got it right here just in case I need it. We're gonna take a look at the actual study. Here's the full PDF of it. as someone who's, you know, someone who's done research, not at this level, of course, but I've had to do research projects. I've had to write APA formatted. This is that good old APA formatting. Like, I've had to write stuff that looked not as intense as this, but still the same format. Let me just say that having to read stuff in this format, unless you're like a hardcore academic, it's going to be very disinteresting. It'll be like the meta-analysis, the statistical analysis, just all this different stuff that is just like, okay, all right. What you normally want to do, let's just say you want to read a study like this, I would suggest starting off by just looking at the beginning, because they normally give you a little summary of what it is that this study's all about, and then they'll normally have a conclusion or like the results. Unless you're like really into research and you want to know how they collected the data, you can kind of skip over a lot of this middle stuff because this is just the method section. This is included because you're supposed to do an experiment in a way that makes it repeatable by other scientists. That's how peer review works. And so you have to give like a good thorough method of like, okay, this is exactly what we're doing, this is how we're gonna measure it, this is everything. But for the average reader, it's like, okay, that's not gonna be all that applicable to you. But then at the end, they'll have the results. And that's where stuff will get more interesting. This is also something that LLMs can be pretty good for. You know, I know that we're... You know how it can be with the LLMs, but one of the things that LLMs can be useful for, and I don't know how many of you know this, but this is just what I've heard from people who are in academia or who are in research. It's pretty normalized to use LLMs now because it really does help cut down on a lot of the mundane work that goes into research. But you can also take the research itself and then put it back into an LLM and be like, can you explain this in terms that would make sense for a 5-year-old? Because that's the level of comprehension I've got. I need it explained to me like I'm 5. Non-capital driven LLMs, you just gotta get your own. You just gotta, and then it can live on a computer in your house. It might take a lot longer to generate the answer for you, but like they built a version of an LLM in Minecraft. It takes several hours to get a response, but it does work. Anyway, so this is the actual study. I don't know how much we're going to look at that because looking at actual studies, unless you're really into that, it's kind of boring. But let's take a look at this article where they talk about what it says. According to the report, heavy short-form video consumption is linked to diminished cognitive function. It means it affects the way that your brain is working. It affects your mood, your behavior, your attention span, all of those things that are brain related. It particularly affects your attention control and inhibition control. So it reduces your attention span. It makes you more distractible. It also makes you less inhibited. you're more likely to just like binge it. You kind of lose those inhibitions. You lose that sense of like, I should really be getting up and doing something else right now. I should probably put my phone down. They also found that this affects both young and old people. And so it's not just happening to the kids, it's also happening to your grandparents. All of those AI videos on Facebook. All of those AI videos of Donald Trump playing a guitar or playing soccer in the Oval Office. To explain how these patterns formed, researchers point to the dual theory of habituation and sensitization from Groves and Thompson's 1970 work on cognitive processing. Okay, so they're just citing their source. That's a normal thing to see in a psychological study. We're like, yeah, we're basing our results based on these results from this other science study. The study notes that constant exposure to fast, highly stimulating clips can desensitize the brain to slower tasks like reading or problem solving. At the same time, algorithmically delivered rewards may reinforce impulsive engagement and instant gratification. It's like a slot machine, except the slot machine gets more addicting the more you use it because it gets to know you. Now that's scary. Isn't that kind of scary? Slot machines are already very addicting, right? Like gambling, very addicting. A lot of people lose a lot because of that addiction. This type of short form content, it activates the same parts of your brain that get activated when you're gambling. Except this is a machine that gets to know you the longer you use it. And so it not only is inherently addicting, it becomes more addicting the longer you use it. That's crazy. The report says this form of consumption stimulates the brain's reward system and can encourage habitual use. It's the same thing you see in gambling. It's the same underlying mechanisms of reward and encouragement. You know, I always think of those old people tapping the slot machines. I need to find the clip. Yes, this one. It's this, except it's TikTok and you're going like this. Funny enough, I was working in a casino this morning, seeing all the old people there already at 8 a.m. Wild. Exactly. It's addicting. It's really addicting. Anyway, needed the clip. Excessive short-form video viewing is also associated with social isolation, lower life satisfaction, poorer sleep, increased anxiety, and loneliness. What else does that remind you of? Does that also remind you of what it might be like to live with an addiction? More social isolation, lower life satisfaction, poorer sleep, increased anxiety, loneliness. All of those symptoms to me also sound like the symptoms of addiction. About to bring the husband to get his wisdom teeth out. Wish me luck. Are they gonna put him under? Are they giving him the full anesthetic? Are you ready for him to be goofy after he comes out of it? Whenever I got my wisdom teeth out, I had my sister come and pick me up after I was done with the anesthetic, because I wasn't able to drive myself. And apparently what I told them was, yeah, call my sister, tell him we have your brother here, he's trying to start a riot, we need you to come get him. Can I say that's just something you gotta worry about with me. Researchers also developed an assessment scale for short-form video addiction. Now that's interesting. Where's the actual thing? Is it in the, did they include it in the study? It might be at the end. Oh, I thought it might be an appendix. People aren't the only things that can get brain rot. In October, a study revealed that even AI chatbots can suffer from brain rot. I don't want to leave the house, but that's how you go get more party supplies. Every once in a while, you gotta go out and get more party supplies so that you can come back for the party. So, they did a study where they subjected a few different chatbots to brain rot content. And what they noticed was that they experienced cognitive decline. Brain rot worsens with higher junk exposure, a clear dose response effect. The higher the dose, the higher the response. Which makes sense, you know, considering that we designed these computers to think based on how we know how to think. Like, we model computers after our own brain because that's the best understanding that we have of what thinking is. I believe I'm a hypochondriac. Especially regarding getting the big C. You know, that's a common place for those types of worries to go for people who have medical related anxiety. You know, because when it comes to something like that, it's, you know, it's something that, you You know, maybe it runs in the family, maybe it's something that, you know, unless you were to look for it, you know, so naturally it makes a lot of sense why that's something that a person would worry about. My insurance has made it easy for me to get ER visits covered, but getting medical health resources is like pulling teeth with referrals and the doctor's offices canceling on me. Yeah, the American healthcare system for you. At least I'm assuming that it's the American healthcare system because ours is really bad. That said, I went in for 2 CT scans this year, one in April, then one this past week. I only realized after the second that I just allowed my young body to get blasted with crazy radiation within a short period of time. Yeah, but first off, you said young, so that's better. That works in your favor because a young body is going to be more resilient. A young body has a better, you know, it's... Hold on, let's look at something real quick. How much radiation do you actually get from your average CT scan? According to WebMD, yeah, we're WebMDing. For most people, a CT scan doesn't seem to boost the risk for cancer in a major way. Generally, the medical benefit you get from the scan outweighs the odds of any problem you might have in the future. The scan gives you very valuable information that could actually do more to help identify and spot stuff earlier than the risk that you would get from the radiation. I want to know how much radiation? Ionizing radiation. Okay. So, just walking around, living life, we're always picking up background radiation. And so, in doing a scan, you do take an excess of radiation, but it's still just like a couple extra years of just walking around on Earth, living life. Apparently, the amount of lifetime risk for cancer from CT scans is about 2,000 CT scans. Okay. Now, whether or not they order too many CT scans, that's a topic for another day. There's a little bit of a debate with how many CT scans they order, because some people are like, it's unnecessary radiation, and other people are like, yeah, but it's good for you, and the radiation's not that bad. I think oftentimes they do it just because it's something that they can bill a lot of money for. Oh, I misread what you said. So it only increases the rate of cancer in approximately 1 for every 2,000 CT scans. So about a 1 in 1,000 chance that you, yeah, is what I'm seeing here, since you had 2. My last CT scan, that was blood all over the machine, and that was a lot scarier than the radiation. They're really just trying to rush people through these machines. They didn't even have time to wipe it down first. Like, we gotta keep these CT scans up. That's good insurance billing. That's crazy. Anyway, so what we're seeing here is there is a slight increased risk of developing a cancer as a result of CT scans, but it's not that big. So I'm hopeful that that offers at least some relief. I scrolled through forums and articles which terrify me to believe that I increased my risk for cancer. You did, but in a very small way. Like, it would be untrue to say that you didn't, because you did, but the same could be said of somebody who, you know, works at a factory, or, you know, has to engage with, you know, an x-ray technician or a dentist or any number of fields. You know, pilots, when you fly above a certain altitude, you're basically getting the equivalent of a chest x-ray every time you go up. What I would encourage you to do is to not spend time in spaces with people who are just going to kind of like rile up the worry, because people love to worry, especially in groups. Worrying seems to be a popular group activity, especially on the internet. There's just one meta-analysis which assured me, but I am still doubtful. Then have a conversation with your doctor the next time you see them and just see what their opinions are, see what they know. You know, ask your doctor. Or call up there and just be like, hey, I had some questions. You might not even have to schedule a full appointment. I shouldn't have had these scans done in the first place. Both cases could have used an ultrasound or immediately treated the symptoms. I'm also young, so this theoretical risk has more time to present itself in my lifetime. The thing about developing cancer later in life is that unless there's a very specific repeat behavior that you can point a finger at and being like, aha, see, that's why the cancer developed. You know, if you end up being 60 and then they're like, oh my God, I can't believe I got those 2 CT scans when I was in my 20s. I can't, you know, it could have been anything at that point, realistically. We're all taking radiation all the time. We're taking it right now. Can you feel it? You feel that little tingle? We're all walking around in it. The odds are in your favor here, all right? The odds are in your favor. But you know what will make things more difficult and potentially even more dangerous is a high level of stress. Carrying around a chronic high level of stress also increases your risk of developing illness. Been panicked for days. While I can't do anything about the past, I know now that my health anxiety informed my ER visits because of my reaction to the scans. I'm gonna try to get therapy for this, but how do I train myself right now to put this worry in the back of my mind? I want to live in the present instead of wasting my days waiting for my greatest fear to manifest. Thanks. Well, you're gonna be okay. One way or another, you're gonna be alright. Even if in 40 years something were to change, that's 40 more years of advancement in medical technology. Our medical technology is already pretty good, as it is. Think about how much better it is now than it was 40 years ago. 40 years from now, it'll probably be even better. It'll probably be even more of an improvement than it was 40 years ago from today. What you don't want to do, and this is what therapy could help you with, is to help you alleviate that passive worry that you walk around with, because that's what's really hurting you. Living in a chronic survival state, living in that fight or flight mode, that's harmful to your biology. Stress makes you sick. It wears you down. And so if there is a time in some far off distant future to worry about being sick, worry about it when you get there. For the meantime, just try to take the best care of yourself that you can so that you don't get sick. That includes taking time to de-stress and not fixate on these far-off potential futures. Worry about them when you get there. The last thing that you would want to do is end up in some self-fulfilling prophecy where a high amount of stress carried over a great span of years ends up developing into some type of physical illness, because that does happen. Found out this year my stomach issues and nausea correlate with my anxiety. That's a relief. That's a tremendous relief. It's a sideways, you're giving me a slanty face, but I'm reading that as good news. I'm reading that as good news, because it gives you a better handle on doing something about it. I'm looking for a diagram. Let me find a good one. This website sucks. I'm trying to show you your somatic nervous system. Detangling my matted hair. Well, on the contrary, you could be matting it further, so shout out for doing something about it. You'll love to see it. There's this thought that might pop up when you start taking good care of yourself after not taking good care of yourself for a little while, and it might make you feel like guilty or shameful, like, oh, how could I let things slip? How could I not do more about this? It's like, you were fighting for your fucking life, okay? You're able to take good care of yourself now. That's a win. You don't need to turn it into a defeat by being like, why didn't I do this sooner? died tomorrow, would I be happy with how I spent today? That's why I try to live every day like it's my last day. It could be, who knows? A little rock from space could just come out of nowhere and just out like a candle. You never know. Alright, what we're looking at here, this is your autonomic nervous system. The autonomic nervous system, that's the part of your nervous system that you don't have to directly control. It's automatic. So when you think autonomic, think automatic. Anyway, there are two main parts of this automatic nervous system, the parasympathetic and the sympathetic. And they alternate depending on what your body is trying to do. Whenever you are relaxed, whenever you are feeling peaceful, your parasympathetic nervous system is activated. Your pupils constrict, your heartbeat slows down, your body starts to digest. It also increases blood flow to your reproductive system, which is why it's easier to feel aroused whenever you're relaxed, versus when the sympathetic nervous system is activated. This is the part of your nervous system that gets activated when you are feeling anxious. This is your survival mode. The pupils dilate. The heart beats faster. You slow down your digestion. Your liver starts to release glucose into your bloodstream to give you a burst of energy. Your digestion stops in your intestines. Your adrenal glands start to activate. They release that epinephrine, that's the adrenaline, and then they also release noradrenaline, which helps to balance out the adrenaline. It also causes a decrease in your reproductive system, which is why it's hard to feel aroused when you feel anxious. Anyway. One of the cool things about this is that you can switch which one is active by controlling your breath. You notice that your breath, your lungs, are active in both parts of this nervous system. You can also manually control your breathing. You can't manually control your heart rate. Maybe you can learn. Maybe you could become a monk and live in a monastery and meditate for 30 years and learn how to slow your heart all on your own. But for now, we'll just be okay with you can control your breathing, which helps you to shift which mode you're in. When you breathe in a relaxed way, it'll slow your heart rate. It'll switch over that activity from the sympathetic nervous system over into the parasympathetic nervous system. I do vagus nerve exercises to activate the parasympathetic system. That's another thing you can do. You can also do those vagus nerve exercises. You can stimulate the vagus nerve. The simplest way is through your breath, but if you want to look into other ways to do it, there are other ways to do it as well. They actually make a device. It's called a vagus nerve stimulator. So the vagus nerve is kind of like, okay, one example of how you can kind of like just kind of like massage, like right here. That's an example of one. You can kind of just like, you know, up here, like in the base of your skull, down into the sides of your neck, just kind of like, just with a nice gentle pressure. You know, don't push too hard, don't be rough, because then you might actually have the opposite effect. You want to try to just like, you know, in a way that feels nice, not in a way that makes you more stressed. Yeah, they actually make a device that can do it. It's pretty interesting. But yeah, it just stimulates that nerve directly, and your neck is probably one of the easiest, most accessible places to get to it because it goes through your neck. Show you where the vagus nerve is. If you look at the diagram of the human anatomy, the vagus nerve, it connects up to the brain and then it goes down through the neck and then it passes through like near the spinal cord. So one of the places that you can access it is kind of just, you know, up in here. But yeah, it connects to all of your major organs. So if you give yourself a little neck massage while taking slow, deep breaths, that can do a lot to calm you down pretty quickly. So gamers' neck pinches the vagus nerve, and that's why gamers are toxic. I'm learning so much. I think it also might have to do something with the fact that they have those headset dents in the top of their head. You know, they've got the headsets on all the time and they get that little dent. I have a theory that might have something to do with it as well. It's part posture and it's part cranial pressure. I think the Russian government is thinking about making the internet more local than it already is. Viewing Twitch without a VPN right now. Oh, the floodgates have opened. I'm gonna become the #1 psychology streamer in all of Russia. I can't wait. I've been waiting for this day. The Iron Curtain has been lifted. Das Vidanya, comrades. Welcome to the Brain Domain. Here I will take you on a fantastic voyage of psychology inside the human mind. Greetings, I am Father Breganov. they force me to only use Russian social networks, it's gonna be the worst thing. Hey, now, I never claimed to know how to speak Russian. I only know how to speak in a Russian accent. I can only imagine what Russian social media platforms would be like. Whenever I go on Russian social media, I scroll, see a cool post, open comments, then get flashbanged by something homophobic. That reminds me of Twitter. That's what American social media is like now. Elon Musk paid a whole bunch of money to buy Twitter so that he could defeat the woke mind virus. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Welcome in. And the homophobic thing is going to be unrelated to the post. Like, why? Why are people homophobic? There are a few things that could go into that. If you want to talk about it. Some reasons why a person might be homophobic. First up, people like to make themselves feel better by having someone else that they can judge, having someone else that they can look down on. This is why you see bigotry and, judgment and all sorts of unequal social arrangements. People just like to feel superior to other people. There are also cultural things that go into it. Maybe it's against the religion, maybe it's... That's a big one. That's a big one for a lot of people, especially if they tend to be a bit more orthodox in their religious views. Beyond that, they might be dealing with some internalized feelings themselves. Some of the most loudly outspoken homophobic people, they tend to have repressed feelings, and they're kind of like overcorrecting is what's normally going on there. Because most people just don't care. Most people, it's just not real. Like, for most people, they just don't care. They're like, they're like, it's fine. If you're happy, that's fine. It's not hurting anybody. Like, love who you want to love. Like, most people are just like, whatever. The people who are the most outspoken against it, though, you kind of have to be sussy of them, because it's like, well, what are you doing all this for? Is it because it goes against your religion? Is it because you've got some feelings that you're struggling to deal with, and this is your way of combating those feelings? Or are you just ignorant? It's just weird because I feel like Russia and some other places are majority homophobic. Oh, so like Texas. Like, we definitely have, you'll have parts of the world like that everywhere. And then you'll have parts of the, you're catching up though. It's like, social change is inevitable because people are going to be who they want to be. People are going to love who they want to love. You can't make that go away. You can't make it illegal. It's just not going to happen. Anyway. Anyway, I think those people should find a new hobby. If that's what they want to spend their free time doing. Just being blatantly antisocial on social media. Just takes a long time because of stupid people and politicians taking advantage of those stupid people. I agree. We are the same, comrade. We're dealing with the same things. Trump is trying to do the same stuff that Putin does, except Trump is older, dumber, and he's also demented, so that's where we're at. Also, he's trying to stoke war with Venezuela to distract from the fact that he's a pedophile. So anyway, you should start petitioning your government to release the photos and videos that they have of our president, because I think that would be really funny. That would make a lot of people very happy. We need to find out who Bubba was. The reality is that we're unlikely to get a lot smarter anytime soon, because between gutting our Department of Education, etc., then we, the community, are going to have to help educate people within our communities. What I've heard from some of my friends that are parents is that school is way easier these days. That's what I've heard, is that even just school is getting just dumber and dumber. Funny because all religious homophobic people always think about LGBTQ people more than anyone else. Exactly. It's like, why are you thinking about it all the time? It's like, hey, buddy, why are you thinking about dudes kissing dudes all the time? Is it because you just can't stand them? You think they're so bad? Or is it because you just like thinking about dudes kissing? But no, you're right. A lot of people will wear the label of their religion, or they will hide behind their religion as a way of shielding themselves. They're like, well, I can do whatever I want because I go to church and I pray. So I get to go to heaven because of those things. Everything else I do, I just have to ask for forgiveness. That's fine. Like, that's a crazy setup if you ask me. That's a crazy setup if you ask me. They're telling people that you can have an eternal, happy, joyous afterlife. All you gotta do is say you're sorry before you die. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. But a lot of people do. A lot of people buy into it. I'm not... Like, I've met a lot of really great people that work within community-based churches and stuff. Like, whenever I did homeless outreach, I had to coordinate with people who worked at churches because they were the ones doing the food banks. They were the ones giving people groceries. They were the ones giving people a place to stay if they didn't have anywhere to go. They were the ones helping to pay people's bills and stuff. So that's the side of religion that you like to see. You know, actually giving back to the community, making it a better place, being welcoming and inclusive, versus the people who do it for all of the wrong reasons. How about we don't run a society that depends on charity to help the unfortunate? I agree. The way that we treat the lowest caste or the lowest class, the lowest rung on the ladder, the most vulnerable, the poorest, those with the least access, we treat them terribly here. And I feel like you should judge your society based on how those people are treated. How are the people who are worst off among all of your people being treated? Because that could be you. That could be you. You have a really bad couple of months, a really bad couple of years, that could be you. Even in a society where charity is not necessary, I still think that you will find charity, because I believe that there are good, kind-hearted, charitable people, and they will always exist. And so even if everybody has everything they need, there are still going to be people who are willing to give stuff away, do things out of the kindness of their heart. Yeah, if we're not taking care of our most vulnerable, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Are we just trying to stroke the egos of billionaires until they get to fuck off to Mars and leave us all behind? They're just gonna strip the planet of its resources, leave us impoverished, uneducated, and destitute, so that they can go fuck around with robots on another planet? That's what we're doing? Really? Of all of the ways this human experiment could play out, that's what we're gonna go with? The thing I like about science fiction is it can depict how humanity unfolds in any number of different ways. And so you'll get to see different depictions of humanity based on which forces of humanity take over. You know, like Star Trek, that's a very optimistic, idealized version of humanity. Everybody is doing well, everybody has all of their needs met, and now we explore the galaxy as envoys of peace and understanding and discovery, rather than to reach out to conquer and control, dominate or destroy. And then you have depictions of a far future like Alien, where the planet is run by 5 mega corporations. Everybody has to work for those corporations. And it's basically just a capitalist nightmare. I just can't with the LGBT propaganda law in Russia. It's actually comedic. Yeah, what happens when you go outside and you see a rainbow? What happens when you see this? Does this make you feel a little gay? Are you feeling indoctrinated? Is it working? You know, you might try to be anti-LGBT in Russia on a, like, what are you doing in those saunas? How many naked dudes are you cramming into that sweat box together? And then you're hitting each other with birch branches? I have a theory. I feel like institutionally people want to be anti-LGBT because they want there to be more children. They want there to be more unwanted children born that they can use to increase the population for the working class. Just wait until Russia discovers rainbow capitalism. Then every Pride Month, every brand will have a rainbow logo. I've never read One Piece, but it's inspiring to hear that it is an important part of what radicalizes a lot of people around the world to stand up against tyranny. I think that's pretty fun. Just makes you wonder if they're ever going to try to ban it. You got too many people getting radicalized by One Piece. Are we just so excited to get to have the opportunity to defeat fascism again in our lifetime? Isn't that? Aren't you excited? I'm excited. I'm excited at the opportunity to play a part in defeating fascism once again. You know, everybody, the last major time they did it, they got to have their fun. Now it's our turn. They're smarter now, I think. The fascists are? Maybe. But They still operate it under the same underlying principles, which is why they will always continue to lose. They're too greedy. Enough is never enough. They're never satisfied. They always just push and push and push. And that will always push people towards rebellion. Not so exciting for me what happened. I was using sarcasm, but it might not translate through the language barrier. So, for those of you who are non-native English speakers, that was me being sarcastic. Also trying to be sarcastic, so it did make it through. I just didn't receive it because it was in text. Yeah, sarcasm's really hard. Sarcasm's really hard to do through text communication. Fascism always self-destructs because it has the built-in flaw of forcing more and more people to the outgroup. Precisely. That's why it always loses. Get to the point where it just eats itself alive. Think I'm decent at the English language? Better than me? Like, you're speaking English because that's the only language I speak. I'm speaking English because I don't know any other languages. Anyway, chat, we've got the question box open today. I'm just yapping today. It's just a yapping kind of day, but if you have any questions you want to drop in, we're here for you. By the title. Oh yeah, the title. The title. Might have missed it. I'll pull it back up. I want to leave this link up. They did a study. It confirms what we already knew. They did a study and it revealed that short-form internet content, it does rot your brain. Not literally, but metaphorically. It results in diminished cognitive function. Your brain just doesn't work as well. It makes you worse at paying attention. It makes you have worse inhibitions, which is why sometimes people just sit there and do it for hours and hours. The really twisted thing about it is, it's like we were talking about earlier. It's basically a slot machine because you're basically gambling. You're scrolling, hoping for a win, hoping to get that reward. Except, unlike an actual slot machine, this one gets to know you the longer that you use it. It learns about you. It understands what makes you want to keep using it. And so it'll, over time, just become something that's even more addictive as you just... It's kind of twisted. I think it's just kind of twisted. A lot of the people in the tech industry, they don't really care. They don't really care what the consequences are to people's minds. They just want to make money off of you. And so they don't care if it makes your brain not work as well. They don't care if it makes you have a worse attention span. They don't care. They want you to see those ads. They want you to buy those products. They want you to keep scrolling, keep watching. I'm trying to rehabilitate myself with long-form content. Good old long-form content. A classic. Also, Gen Z rediscovered meditation. This is the funniest thing I've seen in a while. Gen Z rediscovers meditation, but it's now been reframed. It's now been rebranded as raw dogging boredom. Maybe if I want to get more people meditating, I just need to consider my verbiage. Meditation sounds better. I agree. Raw dogging boredom kind of sounds gross. Some say it's weird, others say it's genius. This is from Hustle Bitch. Gen Z is putting themselves in timeout and calling it healing. No phone, no TV, no music, no food, just silence. They're calling it raw dogging boredom. 15 minutes of sitting completely still with zero distractions. This is what happens when you're born and smartphones exist. I've been telling people to embrace boredom for decades. Nobody gets it. If you are bored, you are boring. That's the way that I look at it. And that might come across as a little bit blunt, but, smoke them if you got them. The thing about this is that your mind should be a place that you like to go, or at least it should be a place that you are comfortable to go. But what you might have experienced this yourself. A lot of people don't like to be left alone with their own thoughts. Kind of opened my mind about this today. You talking about how the body can't get aroused without being relaxed. It's true. You're like, if you're not relaxed, if your body is still in like active mode, then it's sending blood to the wrong muscle groups. You know, it's feeling relaxed is the gateway into feeling more online, I guess, when it comes to those sorts of things. Some of the coolest things ever created happened because someone stared at a wall for 2 hours and had an idea. Is this the dumbest trend yet, or the smartest thing we've seen in years? Well, it's called meditation, and it's existed as an art form for thousands of years. People have reported that it can help with any number of things, from learning how to feel more peaceful and balanced within your mind, having a better relationship with your thoughts, being able to respond to things like stress and anxiety more effectively without feeling overwhelmed, higher levels of life satisfaction, lower levels of pain, all sorts of cool things. Like, our brains get addicted to distraction, and this is just a way to help your brain go through distraction withdrawals. What I've found is that by practicing centering yourself, you can be more present and aware in those moments when you are focused on entertainment and excitement. Because when you're wired for distractibility, your mind's jumping all over the place. And it might be harder for you to be present and really enjoy the moment that you're in. Oh yeah, and as far as meditation goes, there's any number of ways to meditate. The whole just emptying your mind, that's just one way. Anyway, does this mean meditation's cool again? Meditation's cool again. We did it. We did it, folks. Meditation is cool again. We all meditate right now. What's stopping you? When you practice meditation for a while, what you'll notice is that meditation is just a way of doing things. It's more than just a thing you do, it's a way of doing things. You learn how to do things throughout your day in a meditative way. You feel me? More minutes till I leave. You're gonna do great. It's gonna be fine. A TikToker named Rowan undertook a challenge. Calm like a Tom with the 10 gifted subs. Yeehaw, cowboy, let's go. We were just talking about how Gen Z rediscovered meditation. We were talking about how Gen Z rediscovered meditation. They call it raw dogging boredom. TikToker named Rowan undertook a challenge to sit without any distractions for an hour a day for 30 days. Now, see, here's the thing. You don't even have to do it for an hour a day. You could do it for 20 minutes and still get a good effect. By the end of his self-imposed challenge, Rowan said he felt an unreal sense of achievement, saying the project pushed me to take a baby step towards becoming a better person, being more productive, and making the most out of my life. And goes viral making heavy phone case to stop him using his phone. They're just, how heavy was it? Hold on, how, I need is there a picture? 6 pounds? That's pretty heavy. I don't know if it would stop me though. I would just turn it into a workout. I need to rediscover that stuff myself. Been out of the habit way too long and my monkey mind needs to cool it. You know, we were talking about that earlier. We were talking about the nervous system, how to regulate it. We were talking about some vagal nerve activity, like some ways to... You want to try to activate your vagal nerve. Your vagal nerve is a part of the parasympathetic nervous system. You do that by taking some calm, deep breaths. And you can also give yourself, you know, a little... like right in here. You'd get buff in no time with the 6-pound phone. That's what I'm saying. If I had a 6-pound phone, I would be like... Getting in those reps. Hands are getting cold from typing. It's very Russian. Presentation today? No presentation today. I just felt like yapping. We've got the question box open if you've got a question. If not, I'm just gonna yap. Is that where the term vasovagal comes from? Yeah, that's where it comes from. I fainted due to that thingamajig before. Yeah, they make devices. They make devices that you can use, but I don't know how I feel about some of those. It uses like an electrical current to... Vasovagal. We're looking at the heart, because the vagus nerve is connected to all of your major organs, and there's a condition known as vasovagal syncope. Make you feel lightheaded and faint, make you nauseous. I'm outside at midnight. It's hardcore. This is what I picture in my mind. Any good vagus nerve reset tips? Let's talk about them. Let's talk about them. All right. The number one is that deep breathing we've been talking about, and you want to really try to activate your diaphragm. You want to try to feel big and full. Those long, slow belly breaths. Every slow, deep breath you take helps to activate that vagus nerve, and it helps to calm you down. So that one's easy. That one's also very safe. It's good for daily stress management, and it can also help you to feel some immediate relief. Cold water face immersion. They say this one's good for helping in those moments when you're starting to feel a little bit more panic. You can actually dunk your face, or just splash some cold water on your face, or a cool washcloth. Finance bros were right. A broken clock is right twice a day. So we've got the deep breathing, we got the cold water on the face. Humming and singing is another easy way to do it. Even just go, take a big deep breath in. You can even combine this with the other one of the breathing. You take a big deep breath in, and then you kind of hum it out. You can also sing. Singing feels nice too. One of the interesting things about human biology is that it's not really possible to be singing and be angry at the same time. And so it sounds silly, but one of the ways that's really effective to help you to feel more calm and peaceful, especially if you're starting to feel a little heated up, is to sing. Four, 7, 8 breathing. That's just more breathing exercises, but this one is more focused on the exhale. So what you do is you breathe in through your nose for 4 seconds. And then you hold it for 7 seconds. And then you exhale slowly for 8 seconds. It's that long exhale that helps to trigger that calming effect. And so these are all things that have strong evidence. There's, research that backs these ones. Here are some more. These ones have moderate evidence. Now this one is one that I like to do because it's similar to humming. It creates the similar effect. Where you chant the Om. What I've noticed is that when you get pretty practiced at it, it's really good at redirecting all of your focus. It kind of overwrites whatever it was that you were thinking about or focusing on, and all you're focusing on is that sound. And so in that moment, it feels like that's just who I am. I am the sound. That's why sighing calms me down. Sighing is another thing that is biologically relaxing. You can try this one. This one's easy. You can just take a deep breath in and then let it out with a sigh. Just more ways of regulating our nervous system. Orienting to safety. So what you do with this one's kind of like grounding yourself, except you're redirecting your focus to things that make you feel safe and comforted. It could be a picture, your favorite cup, bookshelf, your cat, some birds out of the window, the texture, it's the things that you feel, taste, smell, hear. It's a grounding exercise, and it helps you to feel safe and comfortable. Because normally what will happen whenever our panic or our anxiety flares up, it's not necessarily because of anything that's going on around us. It's something that's going on up in our mind. And yet our whole body responds. And so when it comes to calming down anxiety, I find it to be the most helpful to focus on the anxiety that is in your body. Side-eye movement. Okay, this is interesting. The next time stress strikes, give it the side eye, literally. The vagus nerve connects to other nerves in your body, including the cranial nerves that control eye movement. In stressful situations, this simple eye movement can help reset your vagus nerve and activate your parasympathetic nervous system. Hold your gaze to the right for 5 seconds and then to the left for 5 seconds. Repeat as often as needed. Okay, hold on, let's try. gonna pair it with the breathing. What you'll notice is that if you're able to do multiple of these types of techniques at the same time, you can get a multiplied effect. So if you combine stuff like this, if you combine stuff like grounding, if you can combine that with breathing, a gentle massage, oh hell yeah. Find the hollow in the upper part of your ear and gently massage it. There's a video. How to do a vagus nerve massage. Oh, it's Dr. Nicole. This part right here. Om. Alright, so these are all ones that have moderate evidence to their effectiveness. There's also exercise, guided meditations, yoga, controlled laughter. Laughter is a good one. Laughter, that's some good medicine. So yes, laughter. Even intentionally laughing can help your body to do it because your mind can't tell the difference between intentional laughter and humor-stimulated laughter. After a few seconds, you're just laughing, so it's another nice way. Tattoos are sick. Yeah, those are the on her arm there. Those are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, those are the different chakras. Isn't there one in the pants? Probably, partner, but I can't show you that one here.
Sometimes it takes a while to get started, so let's start with some fake laughter. The good thing is that the body doesn't know the difference between fake laughter and humor-stimulated laughter. So you'll get the same beneficial workout, the same endorphins, the same physical and emotional result with fake laughter as you would with genuine humor-stimulated laughter. So you can generate your own laughter that way. Let's try it. 2 minutes of fake laughter. Ready? Go. If you feel real laughter wanting to take over, just go with the flow.
If you can't do it for 2 minutes, that's fine. This video is only 1.5 minutes long. It's not even 2 minutes. It's just 1 minute. I'm laughing at how silly this exercise feels. Well, think about why it feels silly. Why does it feel silly? Is it because I'm afraid of what people are gonna think about me? Like, oh, look at them, they're laughing. What are they laughing at? What's so funny? One of the things that I find interesting is to start pushing back against those internalized beliefs of like, nah, I shouldn't do this. Nah, this is silly. I don't want to, you know, and I'm like, maybe that's part of my problem. Maybe that's part of my problem. You know, I'm afraid of looking silly. I don't know why, but her laughing made me slightly laugh because laughter is contagious. There are videos of people like going out and laughing in public, and then other people start laughing with them because laughter is contagious. We've got some questions in the box, and we're gonna get to those right away.
Oh no. That's so funny.
A nice reminder that we are social creatures, you know? We're able to experience joy and laughter and other positive things just by being there with other people as they're experiencing them. You know, we do our best when we come together. But nothing quite like a good old social contagion, right? Nothing quite like a good old emotional contagion. We like to share in emotions. Not only do we like to share in positive emotions, but we will also share in negative emotions as well. They did a study where, like, if you were just like, it's kind of grim, it's kind of dark. I don't know if you needed to know this, but they can make rats depressed for rat depression experiments. They found if you put a healthy rat into an environment with other depressed rats, the healthy rat will also get depressed. Take from that what you will. I just heard that the other day. I'm like, oh, geez. All right, everybody, we've got some questions. I wonder what depression looks like in rats. Just cheese crumbs everywhere, just unkempt. Stop cleaning themselves, they're less active, they're just very lethargic. binging Netflix. Maybe that's what happened to Asmongold's rat. You know, the one that he used as an alarm clock. Maybe it was depressed, just from living in Asmongold's house. Ever seen a rat boggle their eyes? Yeah, when certain rodents get excited, their eyes will start to boggle a little bit. They'll pop out of their head a little. It's pretty funny. Kind of cute, too. Rats are cute. I'm pro-rodent now. Ever since I raised baby Newton, ever since I rehabbed that squirrel, I'm pro-rodent now. I view rodents with an entirely different frame. I admire them for their survivability, their tenacity, their resourcefulness. They're fun little creatures. Yeah, the ghost in the shell, the laughing man. That line from Catcher in the Rye. I thought what I would do was I would pretend I was one of those blind, deaf mutes. Anyway, I read the Catcher in the Rye in college and I thought it was not good. They canceled my appointment this morning and rescheduled it to December. I don't have any coverage in December. Then you should call them back. Or did you tell them that already? Have you talked to them about this already? I would be raising hell. I'm on hold. Raise some hell. Like, worst case scenario, you might have to try to get in at a women's clinic or something, because they'll be able to do a lot of those services, I'm sure, and it will cost a fraction of what it would at a regular doctor's office. Anyway, let's take a look at some questions. Let's get some of this. Let's get some work done, shall we? Enough yapping from me. Alright. My current boyfriend did not let me know that he was talking to 2 other girls and me. He ended up asking me to be his girlfriend, but we had our first argument, and at one point it slipped, and he said, "I regret that I stopped talking to 2 other girls for you." We got over the argument, but that has been haunting me in my head. Is that normal of me, or am I overthinking it? Well, it is a messed up thing to say, and I can understand why it would linger, because that's very hurtful to say. That's a very hurtful thing to tell somebody, especially somebody that you love, you know? I told him my phone passcode, but I don't know his. I had told him my passcode way before the argument, and I thought he was sure of me. I am sure of him. What you'll see people do commonly, I was going to say sometimes, but this is a common thing. What you'll see people commonly do in arguments is they will say things, not necessarily because they mean them, not necessarily because they're genuine, but because they hurt. Because that's what people will often go to, that's what they will often resort to when they're in an argument. I'm hurting, you hurt me, now I'm gonna hurt you back, because that's an argument. That's what we do. What I would consider is, you know, how does your boyfriend respond to what it was that he said? Does he recognize that that was that was very uncool, that was a very hurtful thing to say to somebody? Like, we don't want to expect perfection from people because perfect people don't exist. What you want to see are when somebody makes a mistake, when somebody does something to be hurtful, when somebody takes things too far, they own it. And they recognize, like, that was inappropriate, that was hurtful, that was immature. I should not have done that thing. And then they don't repeat that thing. They no longer do that thing. So, is this something that you guys could talk about and work through and move past together? Absolutely. But it's got to be something that you're both understanding and willing to work on. Passing blame instead of talking through the problem is not good either. That's true. When you're in relationships, that's what you're supposed to do, is talk through the problem. Because it's not me versus you. We're not on different teams here. We are on the same team. It is us versus the problem. Like, okay, I need to be mindful of not being so hurtful whenever I feel vulnerable or whenever I feel upset. I need to make sure that, you know, because I was feeling vulnerable, I was feeling stressed, and I lashed out, and that was cruel, you know? You gotta own your shit in a relationship, all right? You gotta own your shit, and you can't just blame the other person for all of your shit. Relationships are about coming together so that you can both be better. You can help each other to do that. You're on the same team and you have the same goals. So working together is just the bare minimum. Why does he have your passcode but you can't have his? I'm not reading that they can't have his passcode, it's just that it never came up. I don't know the context. I could be wrong. I would be suspicious of anybody who is like protective or secretive over their passcode. Not because like you're gonna snoop through their phone or anything, but just because like I've got nothing to hide. You know my passcode, you could look through my phone, but you don't need to look through my phone because there's nothing to worry about. But just in case, like hey, you need to use something on my phone, that's fine. So dudes do that and it's odd. It is odd. I would say that's a red flag. It's like, what are you doing on that phone, Gooner? Like, what is this app you have called Grindr? What's that all about? Is this sniffies in your browsing history? Asking for credit card PIN numbers, that's a different story in early relationship status. Yeah. Like, that's stuff where it's like you've been together for a while and you're established in the relationship and you're looking to like start merging your lives together. It's like, that's normal. Really like knowing nobody's gonna fuck around with my stuff since phone is so critical to all of my access to a bunch of things. Well, I feel like knowing somebody's phone unlock code, like just in case, versus like actively going through and messing around on somebody's phone, that's a whole other story. Like Casey and I, we've known each other's unlock codes for years at this point, and it's like sometimes I need to get on her phone because her phone is connected to the Spotify and I want to put a song in the queue. Or maybe one of our accounts, it was through my email, and so she needs to check something on my phone because it sent the access code to my email instead of her email. That kind of stuff. But I've never felt the compulsion to be like, let me go through your phone. I'm gonna like, no, like I don't. People do that though, and I don't know why. It's kind of invasive. It's kind of nosy. But yeah, if you have a bad breakup, you might have to go through and change all your passwords. That's true. I had good friends who trusted me with their pins under a year. That's definitely love. That's what that is. My ex needed my location because she wanted to know where I was when I wouldn't respond. Yeah, I can understand why dating in this day and age sucks, because you have to deal with stuff like that. I need to be able to track your location. Now it says they're at home, why aren't they responding to my text? Maybe they have somebody over. I should go over there and see. I should go over there. Goobins, do you remember how good it felt to finally block that person? I feel like that was really the start of something for you. The start of a new chapter. Alright, let's take a look at this question. How long are long-distance relationships long-distant? I asked my boyfriend about a timeline for moving in to his place, and he said he's not sure. On his dating profile, it said he was looking for someone to keep him company, so I am a little confused. Well, in what way was he looking for company? Because there are people who will get in, and I'm not saying that this is your boyfriend doing this. I've heard other people write into me about it. I've had other people talk to me about it, where some people will go into like long distance relationships just so that they have somebody to talk to. Not because they ever actually plan on getting together with this person, but just because it's, it gives you something to do. It gives you somebody to talk to. It's like a sense of companionship. It's basically a relationship without just certain parts of the relationship. It's missing a lot of what makes a relationship a relationship. That's a pen pal, basically. Yeah, basically. You've got people who are just essentially looking for people who they can have somebody to talk to. He said it wants it all to happen organically. What does that even mean? I mean, I have a lease and would like to plan a little ahead. Am I being too forward? I think I'm uglier than he thought on the app. Alright, we'll drop that last bit, because that's... We're being self-defeating for no reason. Don't be self-defeating and self-degrading just because of what this person is doing, okay? Now, here's the thing. He said he wants it to happen organically. What does that mean? Well, you're organic, right? You're not a robot. You are an organic being. And so you asking him for a timeline or, hey, when, that feels organic to me. That feels organic to me. I don't know. I just feel like he should have at least been willing to entertain the conversation a little bit more, because it does sound like it's just a little bit dismissive. I personally would like to know how long you two have been together, because that says something, Has it only been a few months? Has it been a few years? The longer it's been, the more concerned I would be. I would say that if it's been a year and they're still just I don't know when we'll take that next step, it's okay, what are we doing here? If it's been a couple months, I get it, because people go out and if it's been a couple months, that's fine. But I would say maybe after the year mark, I would start to be all right, when is this happening? What's our plan? Because you want to at least have a plan, right? You want to at least have an idea of what will happen in the future. Otherwise, you're just kind of stagnating. I've been with my partner 8 years, and the last year and a half have been long distance because they're getting their masters abroad. That's gotta be tough. It's gotta be tough, I think, I'm still caught up on this part. He wants it all to happen organically. That just means, he wants it to happen when it feels right. And it sounds like to you it's starting to feel right, and you're kind of wondering when is it going to feel right for you? You're kind of waiting on him to be okay, what are we doing here? Gonna call you back on Monday and see if they can squeeze you in. You should call them on Monday. Or maybe even just go in on Monday anyway and be I'm here whenever you're ready. Sure that they can make it work. I'm sure they can make it work on Monday. How do I stay calm when I know I'll be stressed? Well, how do you stay cold if you know there's going to be heat? You kind of can't, right? It's less about insisting on calmness, and it's more about welcoming in the stress and handling the stress appropriately so that it doesn't overwhelm us. Because a little bit of stress is like fuel. It helps us, it motivates us, it energizes us. Usually when I'm stressed and my thoughts go everywhere, I just lightly pinch my arm because pain is a damn good distraction, but I now noticed it doesn't really help that much. What are some other ways? Can't exactly meditate in these situations. True. It's easiest to meditate when you're already relaxed. So, let's talk about what we can do to feel less overwhelmed by our stress when stress is here. What can we do to help us level back out? One of the simplest and also one of the most effective ways. Beaver, you're right on cue. Come here, buddy. There he is. There's Big Orange. He's done with part 1 of his nap. He's ready for part 2 of his nap, which he will have at the desk. Isn't that right, Beaver? Oh, that motor's going. I heard that purr. That was a big one. Beaver, what's your favorite way to deal with stress? He says he likes to lie down, purr, and take a nap. Anyway, what we were saying was, what can we do when anxiety is here, when stress is here? We prepare our body for it. We try to calm our body down, and we can do that by breathing in a calm way. You take those big, deep breaths. Just fill your belly. You can feel it all the way down here. And then you gently let it out. You can also hum. You can hum, you can sing, you can pay attention to your senses. What sort of things can you touch? What sort of things can you see or feel or hear? Especially those that help you to feel comfortable. When we think about stress, it's important that we remember that stress is not just something that we experience in our mind, it is something that we also experience in our body. And it's not always so easy to address the stress that lives in our mind, the thought side of the stress. But when it comes to the body side of the stress, now that we have a much better chance of doing something about. We can get up, we can go for a walk, we can get some fresh air, we can take some big deep breaths, we can listen to some music, we can hum, we can dance, we can sing. It's all about trying to regulate your nervous system, because that's why stress feels overwhelming, is because the nervous system is deregulated. virtually all of what makes us human or alive in general is chemical reactions, it's insane. Live beaver reaction to that information. Said that's what a human is, but what is a cat? Damn, Beaver, you got me on that one. Can we talk briefly about the feeling of shame and regret over one's actions? Let's do it. Beaver, you messed up. There we go. Always hitting my keys on my keyboard. Can we talk about the feelings of shame and regret over one's actions? I've heard from television and from people recounting their experiences with professionals that holding on to these feelings for a long time can be harmful to the brain. Let's talk about shame and regret. Now, as far as them being harmful to the brain, what does that mean exactly? Well, it's not exactly like it's doing physical damage to your brain, like it's making your brain rot or anything like that. More so what's going on is the longer you hold on to a belief, the longer you practice and reinforce and condition that belief inside of your mind, the harder it is to change it. And so when they say it's harmful, it's essentially because the longer you hold on to it, the longer it's been bothering you, the longer it's been a part of your life and it's been affecting you, the more ingrained it is and the more challenging it can be to rewire oneself. Not that it's impossible, because it's definitely still possible. You know, you could have lived with something for 30, 40, 50 years and you can still break away from it. It just might be a little bit more challenging is all. The longer we hold on to something, the harder it is to let it go. Exactly. And so let's talk about shame. Let's talk about regret. Why do we feel those feelings in the first place? Why do they exist? Why are those feelings... You said, can we talk briefly? This might be slightly less than brief. Slightly more than brief. Now I'm crying because I know I shouldn't have waited this long to take care of this stuff. Well, now you know for next time. Now you know that for next time when your life is going through an unexpected major upheaval, you can prepare accordingly by making sure that you do every single thing that you need to do. It's like, no. You need to show yourself some grace right now, or I'm going to show it to you. And I'm responding to you like this because I'm also trying to tie it into the question here. Shame and regret. Shame and regret. Why do shame and regret exist? It's always prioritizing work, and you see what that has done for you. And you see what that does. Thanks a lot, capitalism. I prioritize work my whole life, and this is the thanks I get. Shame messed me up for so long because I didn't have an understanding of it. Just took it on, any and all of it, because I was interested in understanding it. I don't know. Let's think about shame and regret. Why do they exist in the first place? Not just for us as individuals, but conceptually. Like, why is it something that we are capable of feeling? Think about it. Think about learning. Think about growth. We feel shame and regret and guilt because it's motivating to change our behavior. The thing that we did, the thing that we feel shame and regret about, we view that as an error, as a mistake. And so we have a negative feeling that we associate with that thing so that we don't do that thing again. The simplest way to look at it is that shame, guilt, regret, these are all there to try to teach you a lesson. What is that lesson that your body is trying to teach you? What you might notice is that for many of the things that we feel a sense of shame or regret or guilt about, we've already learned the lesson. Like, well, I did a thing and I was very shameful about it because it hurt someone that I cared about. And so I've made sure to never do that thing again because I don't want to hurt people. So you've learned the lesson and your behavior has changed. If you have learned the lesson and if your behavior has changed, you don't need the shame anymore. It's served its purpose. You no longer need to continue to punish yourself for making a mistake. Because you have learned and you have grown, and it's okay to recognize that. You're not the person that you used to be. You're who you are right now. Word shameless trips me up because what does that really mean? Complete and utter lack of accountability. Just no regret. No, just... This is how I feel about shame. Shame is effective. Shame has purpose, but we over-rely on shame as a way of trying to get people to do what we want them to do. It's an effective motivator, but it doesn't fit every situation. And if you overuse it, like let's say that somebody grows up and they're constantly being made to feel ashamed, that could result in a few different outcomes. On one hand, you might have a person who's wired for shame and they constantly feel shame because they've always been made to feel ashamed. It was always their fault. They've always been scapegoated. And so they have just been so shamed that that is just who they are and that is just what their identity is centered around, is those feelings of shame. On the flip side, you could have somebody who is constantly made to feel shameful, but they recognize that it is not accurate. They can recognize that the shame that I'm being made to feel is not mine to own. And so this can result in a person who might have other challenges with assuming accountability. They might be wired for avoidance. Anyway. Not having a Labubu or Stanley Cup? Oh, I got both. I should go get my Labubu. But how about your LaBeaver? I've got my LaBeaver. Who wants a Labubu when you could have a LaBeaver? Anyway, shame can be painful to think about. Shame can be something like let's say that you have a shame. It's something that happened to you in your life. Maybe it was when you were a teenager or when you were in college, or, something happened during some point in your life years ago, and you still look back on it and you're like, oof, I'm really ashamed about that. Just think about how we can interpret that. Is it something that I still need to actively feel bad about? Or is it okay to look back and be like, yeah, I am not proud of how I acted, but I am proud of how far I've come. Right, Beaver? Every time I see Helen Keller's name, I'm reminded that she supported eugenics, which is crazy to me. Helen Keller, of all people, being a eugenicist. Crazy. Crazy behavior. But if you haven't come far, you've probably come farther than you feel. I've noticed that to be true in pretty much everybody. We have a harder time recognizing our progress than we might think. Sometimes it takes some time to sit down and actually look at how far we've come. And this might mean, looking back and seeing the things that we did feel shameful for, or things that we regret, so that we can properly assess just how much progress we've made. Sometimes it feels like one step forward, two back. This is where having somebody outside of you can be helpful, somebody that can help you to monitor your progress. Whenever you're only monitoring your own progress, it's very hard to tell where you're at. Because some days you feel really bad, some days you feel really good, and it's hard to say. But what I will say is that if you're here and you're, the type of person who likes to work on themselves, and you're even thinking about this kind of stuff, you're probably better off than you give yourself credit for. Just saying. Just being here, working on yourself, asking yourself these questions, thinking about your growth, thinking about your progress. That's more than most are doing, so, You get a pass from me. We've got a few more questions in the box. I'm just kind of taking a look through to see what we're dealing with. Okay, we're good. I just like to go through my questions ahead of time in case we have any things to look out for, but we're good. Beaver. Gonna spin it. He's looking. Beaver. Beaver. Come on, Beaver, give it a spin. Use your paw and spin it. There you go. Almost. You almost got it. I can see the brain cell working. Come on, man. You can do it. Come on, Beaver. Spin it. You are so lazy. You know that? You are such a lazy boy. Large and in charge, aren't you, Beaver? Curious about it. Thinks it's interesting. Whatever, Beaver. Whatever, Beaver. But go back to licking your leg. Oh. See, this is what he does. He just kicks my whole keyboard off the desk. It's fine, Beaver. I'll just set it in my lap. Don't worry. We've got room for you. Don't worry. Wanted to wish you and chat a happy World Television Day. Your channel is comforting and informing, and Casey's makes me laugh. Thanks. So you don't think I'm funny? I'm kidding. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll have to introduce Falca to my Spinny. Yo, I was talking to somebody yesterday. I don't think you were here yet. But we were talking about the cat distribution system. Somebody had recently lost their cat, and we were talking about how cats will find their way back into your life. It's just a matter of time. The cat distribution system remains undefeated. When it came to Beaver and his sister, we wanted to go rescue some kitties from the shelters, so that's what we did. We went to the animal control office, and that's where we got him and Miss Poopy. And that was a great pull. Great pull. They brought in the two of them and then some of their litter mates. So there were like 4 cats in there. And Beaver came up to me. And Miss Poopy went up to Casey. and the other two cats just played with each other. They ignored us. And so we were like, well, I guess we got our two. I guess we got our two. Here's mine. Look at the size of him. He's got his winter coat coming in, so he's all fuzzy. He's a big boy. He's a sweetheart, and he likes to give kisses. I'm convinced the spirit of my dog Max guided Falca to us. Could be the same spirit. Who knows? Could be the same spirit. Maybe I'll reincarnate as a cat. Right, Beaver? I'm gonna reincarnate as the fattest, laziest orange cat that anybody's ever seen. It's gonna be a spectacle. I'm gonna be a sight to see. Oh, he wants more pets. He does. He's a glutton. He's a glutton for pets. Look at this. Look at the size of this cat. The length of him. I'm gonna answer this question while I pet the cat. There's a scene in the Fargo show that has a character get reincarnated as a cat. I've been meaning to watch Fargo. Now I've got even more reason to watch. Oh my god, now he's getting me. Oh no. Oh no, this ferocious beast. He's so funny because he only ever does these like very gentle play bites. And then even after he does that, he'll like lick you to be like, just to be nice and let you know he was just playing. Oh. Right? He's just like, he's such a playful little guy. He does bully his sisters a little bit though. And I always tell him not to. I always have to scold him. I'm like, Beaver, leave your sisters alone. He's always teasing them and shit. Can't blame him though. I was always teasing my sisters, so. It's just about being a brother. It's just brother behavior. You're a good boy, Beaver. Plop. If you heard that thud, that was him just putting full force, just plopping onto the desk. Did you hear the thud? This cat's a plopper. He will plop down, just audibly. Alright, Beaver, I'll let you nap. I need to get back to this question. You're napping, Beaver. Here, I'll leave my hand up here. He wants me to pet him while he falls asleep. He was looking at me. He's like, why aren't you playing with my... Why aren't you petting my head? You know, if there's this millennial stereotype about having cats and not having children because children are too expensive, it's like, oh yeah, that's me, brother. Like, children, unaffordable. Cats, on the other hand, very affordable. Also, they're fluffy. Alright, this question. Does Beaver like to climb on your shoulders? Okay, I will take that question before this question. I trained Beaver and Miss Poopy to do that from the time that they were young. I let them walk on my shoulders as kittens, and so they learned how to be better at it and balance. With Beaver, I took it a little bit further. I trained him how to jump onto my shoulders, and so at the longest, he can make a horizontal leap of like 6-7 feet. It's pretty impressive. And he'll jump from the counter onto my shoulders. And since he's been trained to do it, and he's been doing it since he was little, it's like he's very gentle with it. Miss Poopy will do it too. She'll like jump up onto me, but he'll like leap onto me. It's pretty cool. He has to be in the right mood though. He has to be in the right mood to do it, because he can be very orange, very lazy. Be sure to be wearing thick shirts. I was wearing a tank top the other day and he did it. He didn't use his claws at all. He'll just hop up there and he can like balance himself on my shoulders without having to like dig any claws in or anything. Now, to be transparent, training him how to do this from the time that he was a kitten did result in quite a few scratches. There were a lot of scratches in the process of training the cats how to ride on my shoulders. But now they don't scratch me when they do it because they're trained how to do it and they can, you know, keep their balance. Because you can tell, like, they don't want to scratch you. They know that scratching hurts and they try not to do it. I've heard a cat's purr sounds are amazing in coping with stress. That's another good point. Cats purr. Okay, we've been talking about this a lot today. We've been talking a lot about humming. We've been talking a lot about regulating your nervous system, relieving your anxiety. Cats purr to do that. That is one of the reasons why they purr. It's a way to regulate their nervous system. And so they're literally doing it to help themselves cope with stress, or to just feel relaxed, or to show excitement. It's something that they do. And so whenever a cat comes up to you and lays on you and starts purring, they are literally vibe checking you. You're literally getting vibe checked. They're saying, hey, your vibes are off. Here's how you do it correctly. And they'll just be like, oh, Beaver stared at me when he saw me doing that. Beaver. Hey, Beaver. Oh, now he's ignoring me. So orange. He's so orange. That's an impressive purr limit irritate. Yep. In learning how to throat sing, you learn how to do that as well. It's kind of the equivalent of human purring. Sorry, I haven't warmed up, so it's a little garbly, but you get the point. He just likes to give himself a bath up on my desk. All right, this question. Oh, oop. Okay, there we go. Beaver, I need to put my keyboard back up here because I need it. I can't type with it over there. I like to think of my restless leg as purr equivalent. It's a way that your body's trying to regulate itself. In my experience, I had restless legs because I had a chakra blockage, but that's neither here nor there. What I found was that training how to like open my hips, like splits, doing those types of stretches, it helped to like unkink some stuff that was bothering me in my legs, like my sciatic nerve and stuff. Oh yeah, hip openers are really great. If you have any like leg pain, lower back pain, they were a game changer for me, like building up those muscles and like, you know, because you do get like a lot of tightness down there. You get stuff that's stuck in place and you kind of need to like get that range of motion back, you know? Anyway, we'll take this question. It's been stewing here for a minute. Why do people fake mental illnesses? There are many reasons. We will try to go over as many of them as we can think of, because there are a few. Is it for attention? Sometimes yes. Sometimes yes. As far as attention specifically, though, one could argue that if you are seeking attention by pretending that you have a mental illness or by faking a mental illness, you do have a mental illness, because that's a mentally ill behavior. You do have a mental illness, it's just not the one that you're pretending to have. And so just in those cases where people are doing it for attention, you're like, that's still like, what are you doing? Why are you pretending to have a mental illness for attention? There's something going on there, right? And so that's kind of the irony of that one. Is it self-diagnosing? People self-diagnose because having a label or having that diagnosis, it can give you an explanation. It can, it can explain why you feel the way that you feel, why you are struggling the way that you're struggling. And so it doesn't necessarily do anything to fix the problem. It just gives a label to the problem, and it feels nice to be able to name something. You know, if you have an enemy, it's nice to know what their name is instead of, anyway. Having a label can also give you a community. True, but that also comes with pros and cons. You can imagine why it would have a benefit to have a community that is centered around a mental illness, right? Mutual support, sharing in lived experience, offering feedback, guidance, tips. There's a lot of good that can come from that. But there are some things to be mindful about in those types of spaces, especially if they're not being facilitated correctly. Like, let's just say it's a community that exists, but it's on TikTok and it's following a certain hashtag, and maybe they have a Discord or something, and like that's the community. It's not run by any mental health professional. What could some downsides be from forming a community that is centered around a mental illness? We've gone over some of the positives because there are positives, but there are also things to be aware of. There are negatives that we should be aware of so we can stay safe, especially if we're somebody who's looking for support on the internet. So, what do you think could be some possible downsides? Just as a fair warning to you, it's important to understand that there are people out there who will specifically target people who have mental illness in order to take advantage of those people. Those people do exist. It's a predatory, manipulative, abusive behavior, and it's something to be mindful of because those types of people will sometimes lurk in those spaces. People can also take the information that you disclose and use that information against you. Just as a really simple example, someone shares with you that they had some type of issue with a parent, and then you knowing that are like, wow, you really sound like your parent right now. Like, there are people who will take the things that you share with them and save it, and then end up using it as ammunition later. And so that's also something to be mindful of, something to be just to make sure that you're staying safe out there, okay? They can also feed into some unhealthy behaviors. Allow me to explain. Let's say that you are in a group that is centered around a specific type of mental illness. Let's just keep it simple. Let's say something like ADHD. You are in an ADHD community that you found on TikTok. Part of what goes into that is creating TikToks, filming videos, documenting your symptoms, talking about ADHD. And symptoms generate more interest than other types of content. And so people who are in these online communities that are centered around certain diagnoses, they are often filming themselves, documenting themselves, recording themselves, and then sharing it with people online. And they are actively rewarded in having more symptoms because it generates more content. Not saying that everybody who does that, but it does happen. The Fight Club phenomenon. Yeah. You see it right now on TikTok, especially with ADHD. That's why I kind of used that as an example, because if you were to go onto the ADHD side of TikTok, what you're going to see is the pathologization of everything. The pathologization of everything. My captions can't get that word right. Maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong. The is it pathologization? Everything's pathological now. Everything is a symptom of an illness. Every behavior. Pathologizing? Pathological? My tongue is twisted and my brain is full. Jim? What's up, Jim? How you doing? Good to see you, Jim. Jim, have you seen these mental health TikTok spaces? They are unreal. I've been in quite a few of them, just seeing what's going on in there. The DID one is next level. But the ADHD one I find to be especially like... because everything's a symptom. It's like, hey, do you ever pour yourself a cup of coffee and then forget that you poured yourself a cup of coffee? Congratulations, you have ADHD. Hey, do you ever forget if you locked the front door or not? That's ADHD. Hey, by the way, do you ever sometimes get so caught up in something that you forget to eat lunch and then you don't eat until later in the day? Surprise, surprise, it's ADHD. Everything is ADHD. Just the minor little hiccups and quirks and things that we will run into just as a byproduct of having to, live in this capitalistic society where we have productivity demands. Time is money, friend. A lot of people claim to have ADHD. We've all got it now. We all contracted it from capitalism, I'm afraid. That's the hill I'm gonna die on, is that capitalism is the big culprit there. Capitalism and short-form internet content. It's a 1-2 combo. Now we've all got ADHD. I'll be in my bunker. I did think it a bit odd that everyone seems to have ADHD and be on the spectrum now. Yep. And it's like the concepts of mental health have historically been so stigmatized that we normally just avoided talking about them. And so whenever somebody is like, yes, I have ADHD, we are meant to be like, oh, okay. And how is that for you? Are you all right? Are you handling it well? It's not as socially acceptable to kind of suss it out a little bit and be like, are you sure you need to be taking 60 milligrams of Adderall a day? Are you sure? Because there's a part of me that thinks you just like the way it makes you feel. Anyway, that's probably my most problematic take. I'm an ADHD denier. And this is from somebody who has been prescribed ADHD medications from a psychiatrist. That's coming from me. Okay? That's how I feel about it. Anyway, I'm getting off on a tangent about ADHD. And so capitalist derived ADHD. That's what I'm at. That's what I'm saying. So, is it something else, or is it all of the above? When it comes to people faking mental illness, it could be for any number of reasons. Just to name a few, and keep in mind, like, none of these are especially common, because the act of faking a mental illness is an antisocial behavior, and you don't see it happen all that often. And so I feel like people who have, like, when they feel like they have ADHD, for example, I don't necessarily see that as faking a mental illness, because as far as they're concerned, they feel like something's wrong and something's bothering me and things feel hard. And what I'm saying is that it's probably not because you have some sort of disorder within your brain. I feel like that's just your body having a natural result to systemic pressures. But anyway, people get defensive when I say stuff like that, because the medications that they give you for ADHD, they make you feel really good. So a lot of people get pretty defensive. Anyway, there's a number of reasons why people would fake mental illness. And I don't normally put people who feel like they have ADHD into that category. These would be people who are doing it for a purpose. They're trying to game the system. There are people out there who are like, I can get benefits for this and then I don't have to work. There are but it's a small minority of people. And one could even argue that if you're the type of person to do that, you do have a mental illness anyway. It's just probably not the one you're faking. I know people with medicated mental illnesses firsthand, so I would never want to label myself with them for attention. Does not sound fun. Most of them aren't. But, some of them are more socially acceptable than others. There are some diagnoses that are still very highly stigmatized, very widely misunderstood. Anything related to psychosis, the average person does not really know what that looks like. Anxiety, ADHD, that, people are like, It was something that, working in a mental health facility, it's something that the staff often had to be mindful of, is that there will be the occasional person who is like medication seeking, for example. And so they'll go in and they'll be like, yeah, my anxiety is really bad. The only thing that works for me is this. I need a prescription for this. BPD is still pretty demonized by society. Yeah, it's widely misunderstood. Widely misunderstood. Now what are y'all doing? Y'all horsing around down there? Y'all giving them bits? Felonious, thank you for those bits, brother. Thank you for them bits. I appreciate it. If we're able to have a Thanksgiving miracle, we will do the Thanksgiving stream. We're shooting for 300. If we can hit 300, I'm going to live stream cooking on Thanksgiving, so we'll be in the kitchen, and I will be spatchcocking a turkey and injecting it with butter. I got a syringe. I got one of those food syringes. I'm gonna inject a turkey with butter. I'm also gonna cut out its backbone so that it cooks faster. Yeah, it's called spatchcocking. It's a technique that you can do when you are cooking a bird, and it makes it cook faster so that it doesn't dry out as much. A maternal great-grandmother of mine had schizophrenia. So if this was a great-grandmother, this was probably back still in the day of institutionalization. And a lot of what happened back then was if somebody had a diagnosis like that, they just sent them off to a facility somewhere, and then they just didn't really talk about them. But they deinstitutionalized. There are still institutions, but there are far fewer than there were. There was a lot of people who were released from these institutions, which coincides with a massive explosion in the homeless population for some reason. That was one of the things Reagan did, was deinstitutionalization. And, yeah, they like kind of framed it as a win, because they're like, we're taking the people out of these horrific mental institutions. Because movies came out like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and that type of stuff, and people were starting to be more aware of how these were nightmarish hellholes. And so it was good that change was being made, but they did change in the most Republican way ever, of just closing most of these places down so that these people just end up like on the street, or, you know, who knows, just finding somewhere to go. Anyway, that's the Republicans for you. Alright, enough yapping. It's question time. How do I deal with an asshole mother? My dad left, so he's out of the picture, and I'm left in a home with an alcoholic mother who leaves needles of God knows what in the bathroom and openly admits that she wouldn't give a shit if I died. It sounds like she's in a really low place right now. That sounds really difficult. That sounds really scary. Anyways, I don't plan on dying. No, you should plan on living. Because, you know, even where you're at, you can see that something's very wrong here, and that's good. You got a good head on your shoulders. If anything, spite is enough of a reason to live. You know, that's what I've always said, is that if you've got nothing else to keep you going, allow spite to get you through those darkest times, but remember that spite is a sword that you pick up, and when you're done fighting, it's okay to put the sword back down. You don't need to wield it as your primary way of cutting through the reeds. I've got a chance on life, and damn it, I'm going to use it. I love the attitude. Moving out is not an option. I'm a minor and don't make enough money to move out. So you are a minor? Okay, if you are a minor, and this is going on in your house, you should tell a trusted adult about it, because this is unsafe, this is not okay, and they can help you to find somewhere safer to go. You know, it might be another relative, it might be, you know, I would just make sure that somebody that you trust, an adult in your life, it could be a teacher, it could be a doctor, it could be a nurse, it could be, you know, somebody that you trust, you should talk to them. Because this isn't okay. Alright? And you deserve better. Your mom needs help, and this can be one of the ways that help can know where to go, because people will often suffer and struggle all alone in the darkness, and the people who can help them to get out of that, you know, sometimes they need to be pointed in the right direction of where to find them. I want to be able to have her not affect me. I'm already reframing her not as my mother, but as an asshole roommate I'll be stuck with for a few years, so the insults hurt less. I want to know what you'd do in this situation. Is just trying to live for a few years till moving out as an option a good idea? I don't know how fast this motivation is to keep going and push through will last. Okay. As I said before, I think you should definitely talk to a trusted adult so that they can offer you some help and support in this difficult time in your life, because this isn't something that you should have to just deal with all on your own. What we worry is that as bad as things are now, they will only get worse if left unattended. You know, think about somebody who has a wound. Think about somebody who has a cut or a broken bone. The longer you wait to attend to that wound, the sicker it will get, and the more harm it will cause, the more pain there will be, and the longer it will take to heal it once you finally do start to heal it. And so you kind of have to look at this situation in that same way. Your mom sounds like she's dealing with a lot of her own wounds right now. And what happens when people are going through that is that they tend to hurt the people that are closest to them. And it's hurting you. And so I would just like to see both you and her get the help that you need. All right? So I really hope that you talk to somebody about it. You know, take some time to think about who it might be okay to talk to about that, you know? If you have somebody that you're close to, a favorite teacher, a school nurse, you know, a doctor, you know, trusted adult. Maybe a friend's parent. You know, the reason why I say like teacher, doctor, nurse is because those people will know who to go to with that information. Sometimes just telling a friend's parent about it, like they might not be able to do all that much, but you know, doctors, nurses, teachers, you know, those types of people, they have more connections with, you know, making sure that you can get the help that you need. Wishing you all the best. It's a tough situation to be in. I'm currently enrolled for a part-time MSc at the top 30th best university in the world. After lots of work for my personal statement for the Psychology and Neuroscience of Mental Health online, which will start later January. Congratulations, that's a W. Although that would have been the best case scenario for what I could get as an entry uni for my master's due to the fact that my previous grade at an average of 2 to 2. I'm not sure where this is getting graded. I'm not too familiar with the grading styles of... I'm familiar with the A, B, C, D, F. 50 to 59% average grade for my BSc in most unis in the UK. Oh, I should have just kept reading. The UK. Whenever a grade is really weird, I'm just like, I should just remember that it's probably the UK. They have a wonky grading system. I was glad to know that some limited online unis did accept my grade as entry requirements, though I don't know if that would be the right degree for me. Yes, I love mental health. And, well, I deal alright with neuroscience subjects during my BSc because very detailed and memorization heavy. I still want to do my career as a trauma-focused therapist, more on eclectic methods if possible in the future. Which would, you know, that would be more of a counseling psych. That's what I got my degree in. I got my master's in counseling psych. It was all about the applied psychology, you know, how to take psychology and help people with it. C's get degrees, it's true. Anyway, where were we? I just hope that this would be the right choice to that path since it's gonna be a journey. I mean, yeah, this could open some doors, but it might also take you down the path of a neuroscientist. It's not a bad path either way. I don't know, sometimes it's nice to just go along with the journey and see where life takes you. Like, you got accepted to this program, it's like, I would talk to people at that school or involved in that program with what type of career pathways this leads to. That's the best way to know. The best way to know would be to talk to people at the school or that work with the program. The people that, you know, those are the ones to ask, like, hey, what types of career opportunities would a degree in this open up for me? Because they'll be the ones that'll know. Me, on the other hand, I would just have to speculate, because I'm not sure. I know you're from another area of the world, but could you give me advice on if a degree like that, what does that look like in detail about the neuroscience? If you're going to be working in neuroscience, you might be working more like in a laboratory setting. You know, it might be more like lab stuff. Do you like lab stuff? You know, when you think about mental health and its evolution, if you're going into it from a neuroscience perspective, it's going to be a lot of like people with trauma notice a fluctuation in these neurochemicals and these parts of their brain activate during those moments. And so it's a very scientific and like neuroscience is like psychology trying to be as scientific as it can be. And science is traditionally all about observation and measurement. So you're going to get a lot of observation and measurement as far as how it explains conditions of mental health. Like, what is the actual thing that is going on in your brain? What is that, you know, like, that's neuroscience. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, and I think it's important stuff. But it's just another way of looking at the picture, you know? It's just another angle on the thing. As far as if that degree or that program would open up those types of jobs for you, I would say to talk to somebody from your school. Because they'll probably know. Most schools have places or they have people that are, it's like their dedicated role to like help connect people with careers and to be a resource to, you know, so I would talk to them. They probably know. They'll probably be able to tell you. As far as jobs in neuroscience, you know, I would think that it might be doing like lab type work. It could be at like, there are types of clinics that work with, you know, a lot of like fMRIs and brain imaging and like that sort of side of things. It's pretty cool. It's not a side of psychology that I've spent a lot of time in. I kind of spend a lot of, I'm more of a in the trenches kind of guy. I've spent my time in the field, but there's a lot of cool stuff that goes on in these types of environments. Like, think about devices like the transcranial magnet, a powerful magnet that they rub against your head. Like, this is a good example of applied neuroscience. Transcranial magnetic stimulation. They put a big magnet on your head. And it's supposed to activate the basal ganglion in the lower parts or the mid parts of your brain. Because the neurons that are in the magnetic field are activated, and so they can use targeted activation of certain regions of your brain. That's pretty cool. Their MBTI, the Myers-Briggs. I'm a protagonist, whichever one that one is. ENTJ, I think. We have a bunch of INTJs in here. Bunch of INTJs. Bunch of ENFPs. People will sometimes badmouth the Myers-Briggs because it's kind of pseudoscience, and that's fine. You know, it's... The reason why I think it's fine is because it gets people talking about psychology. It gets people engaged in the topic. It gets them thinking about things like personality development and how it can express itself in different ways in people. And so I don't mind that the science is soft and that it's kind of like campy and fun, but you need those things to draw people into the science, because just expecting them to like want to sit down and just do hard science from the get-go, that's not fun. That's boring. And so yeah, there will be people, especially, you know, very like psychologically minded people, who will like scoff at stuff like the Myers-Briggs, which is it's a personality inventory. It's not any type of like hard science. It's just a questionnaire that puts you into a category, and it says like, this is your personality type and here are some characteristics about you. And it's meant to just be, you know, it's not used as a clinical thing. It's not used in any like medical context or anything. It's just a fun way to get people thinking about psychology. And I appreciate its role in doing that, because it's fun. Science is when no fun, okay? Remember that. Science is when no fun. Science is when APA formatting. Science is when peer review. Science is when sources cited. If anything, it's just a slightly more scientific horoscope. I got more questions to do. Cited sources brings back memories. And you also have to make sure that your formatting is perfect, because whenever I was in graduate school, I remember being told, they were like, this is graduate school, so we're going to start docking you for errors in your citations. You know, normally, like, when you're an undergrad, they might, like, just mark the correction, but they're like, no, you should know this by now. I'm like, damn you, APA formatting. The format that you use to write psychological papers or psychiatric papers, you have to write it in APA formatting, and it had its own book about how the format was to be laid out, and by the end I was very good at it. By the end I always got perfect marks on the formatting section of my grade, so... The key is to just having one perfectly formatted thing and then updating it with the new information the next time. That was the key. You just have to get the formatting right once, and then every subsequent time you just copy paste into the old document so that the formatting called having a template. In my day, we had websites that would do all that for you. Oh yeah, no, I also had one that we would use to do your sources correctly. And nobody cared that you used them because why would they? Anyway, we got some questions to do. And I'm yapping, so let's get down to business. Like, oh yeah, I was all up, like, son of citation machine. That was the one, because it used to be citation machine, and then that got taken down or something, and so we had to use son of citation machine. It was the website you would go that would, and you would input all of your stuff for your sources, and then it would poop out a perfectly formatted citation. Okay. No more yapping. I've been thinking about a concept a little bit after reading and watching some videos. Basically, it's that we need to embrace our present self instead of constantly trying to live up to the abstract concept of our ideal self or target self. Yes. Congratulations, you've made it. Congratulations, you've made it. Walla Walla, that's the funniest thing I have seen today. The only shame is that you're not allowed to italicize text. Walla et al. Congratulations, questioner, you have opened the door into enlightenment. Now, what you should be told upon entering the doorway into enlightenment is that that's just the beginning. Becoming enlightened is just the start. Once you have found the light, it's important to recognize it's on a dimmer switch. And so we're trying to continue that process. We're trying to get that light even brighter. So congratulations, you have found the light switch. Now you need to figure out how to make the lights brighter. I started to reflect on this and just realized how much my actions are controlled by this imaginary idea of my future self, which realistically doesn't exist and most likely won't exist. It's a guaranteed fact that they will not exist. Because even if you imagine a future self in exquisite detail, you're gonna get something wrong. You're gonna get something wrong. You might get close, but there's always going to be a little bit of fog. The only person that you will ever be is who you are right now. So, who are you right now? Now, who are you now, a few seconds later? Because you're a different person now than you were a few seconds ago. So, has anything changed? Who do you want to be 5 seconds from now? It's less about painting this picture and then trying to live up to that picture. It's less about having this firm, concrete idea of who we're supposed to be in the future. And it's more about enjoying a continued process of unfoldment as you find out who you really are. You are in a constant state of getting to know yourself. And that is an ongoing process. It is a job that will never be complete. The single largest mystery that you will ever encounter in this universe is yourself. Who are you? The only self I have now is the one typing this out, and that is the person I need to listen to. But even now, that person, the person that typed this out, that's the different person from the one that's listening to me talk right now. Continued unfoldment. I talked to my therapist about this, and she thought this was interesting as well, and gave a perfect example on how every day she wears sweats and run-down clothes until she loses weight. But what about her present self? Why let this abstract self dictate how you treat your present self? And I do the same thing with my life, but mainly how my mind thinks about anxiety. I'm constantly thinking and anticipating that the anxiety my future self will feel, and then that makes me feel anxious. Oh, you're inheriting it from the future. It's traveling backwards through time like a Terminator to come and get you. And it showed up naked, because that's how time travel works in the Terminator. They have to send you naked. But in these moments, all I have is the present moment. So why worry about what will happen to this future self when all I can control is the daily actions and moments of the now? Precisely. Be here, now, exactly. I love it when somebody figures this out. I love it whenever somebody figures this out. It's like, welcome to the team. Welcome to the club. You figured it out. All you've ever got, all you ever will have is right here, right now. So what do you want to do with it? And where do you want to go from here? What's that next step? We don't want to think too far ahead into the future, but we do want to think at least until our next step. So that we don't trip, so that we don't stumble, so that we don't bump into something. Anyway, what you might find interesting are some books that explore this very topic. I have a few recommendations. The Untethered Soul by Michael Singer is really good, and it's a really good intro to this topic and to this way of thinking. It still has some really, I really enjoyed it, but there were some parts where I kind of felt like I was being eased into it, but I get it. It's a good book. I would highly recommend that one. Another one would be Here Now by Ram Dass, which can be a little bit more far out because he has a lot of experience studying in Eastern philosophies. He went to India and he studied with a guru, and so he's going to use some terms and phrases, and he's going to reference some stuff that might be a little bit more outside of what you've already experienced or what you're already aware of. But Michael Singer is a much more it's much more of an easy in to the concept than Ram Dass is, but I'm a big fan of both. But I feel like this is the type of topic that once you get into it, you recognize, I can go further and further into it because there are a lot of really smart and well-read and educated people that have been writing books about this type of stuff, and they've been doing it since before I was born. where were we? Do you think that having this image of our future selves stops our present self from indulging in Do you think that having this image of our future selves stops our present self from indulging in present pleasures? That's a tongue twister. Present pleasures. Say that 3 times fast. Hey Beaver, say that 3 times fast. He says I'm gonna say it no times slow. Yes. Joy is something that you experience in the moment. And so whenever you are not focused on the moment, it's not really something that you're able to perceive. If I'm thinking about past joy, that's just nostalgia. That's just recollection. That's gratitude. That's different. If I'm thinking about the potential future joy, that's something different. Hold on. Beaver, you skipped all my questions. I gotta go back. There we are. Anyway, what we're thinking about here is we're thinking about mindfulness. It's all about being in the present moment, and that's something that's taken a more firm place in Western psychological practices. So, since you're in therapy and you've been talking about this already, just ask your therapist about mindfulness practices, things that can help you to be grounded in the moment so that your mind doesn't wander into the past or into the future. How would this oh my God, I can't read today. How would this concept help with self-improvement instead of hindering it? Well, because all of the work you do is right here, right now. And so it helps to focus on the moment you're in, because that's when the anvil is hitting the hammer. That's when there's stuff getting done. That's when, the pot's on the stove. Self-improvement is an ongoing active process. You do it bit by bit by bit, and you do that moment by moment by moment. Because I also thought about how if we're always living in the present, regardless of the person who is us in the future, then couldn't we just get caught up doing nothing? I would disagree. I would say you will do far more when you are in the moment. The person who's more likely to do nothing is the person who is entirely detached from the moment. Somebody who's entirely living in the past or entirely living in the future. Or rapidly fluctuating between the two, oscillating wildly. Or do we just need to trust ourselves? Yes. Trust in yourself, but also trust in others. Because others will help to make you your best self. We can do a pretty good job on our own, but it helps to have others to give us perspective and feedback and affirmation. Do people detach from their present selves because society is constantly telling us we have to strive for an idealistic version of ourselves? Oh, that's a big part of it. That's a big part of it. Also, we do it because we're trying to serve the ego. The more we detach from the only version of ourselves that exist in this exact moment, the more we are able to listen to outside forces instead of our internal state. Sorry there's so many random questions in here. Thanks, Brain and chat. Hey, you're welcome. I think we had a nice discussion about it. I do just want to say that you're getting into an interesting realm of thought, and this can be a really enlightening journey, and what I would encourage you to do is to read more about it and to talk more people about it, because it can be kind of fusing to start getting into this headspace all on your own. Also, no sorries. I need to get Atticus real quick. He wants to come into the room. Let me get him. Let me get this boy. Alright, Atticus, I'm coming. What are things to look out for in relationships with age gaps? Oh, I am excited to talk about this question. I am excited to talk about this question because nobody likes to talk about problematic age gaps more than me. Nobody likes to discuss this topic more than I do. Okay, let's talk about... Okay. What are things to look out for in a relationship with age gaps, or in relationships with age gaps? What makes them a good fit and what does not? I might be bold for saying this, but I want to lead with this. Most people who go into a relationship with a large age gap are doing it for the wrong reasons. I will lead with that disclaimer. That is what I believe. Do I think that people can have a large age gap and still have a healthy relationship? Yes, but very few people who actually do that meet those conditions. Like if you're 40 and want to be with somebody who's 60, go ahead. That sounds fine. If you're 40 and you want to be with somebody who's 20, what is your major malfunction? Like, why are you doing this? Is it just the normal green flags? It's a bit more than that. It's a bit more than that. They seem mature, but I don't know if they are faking it. The guy has a Snapchat with his exact username and a second Instagram that he says he doesn't have the password to. No idea what to believe. Am I crazy? Alright, let's talk about what to look out for if you are going to be in a relationship with somebody, then there's an age gap. What stage of life are you in? How old are you? Is your brain fully developed? The human brain. The human brain does not fully develop until around 25 years old. And so as far as I'm concerned, if you're under 25, you are a baby. So that's just the way I look at it. I could, like, your prefrontal cortex still needs a little bit of work. Typically, people who are younger looking for a relationship with somebody who is older, they are looking for somebody to kind of fill a parental role for them. a sugar mommy, a sugar daddy, somebody who can, you know, make decisions for them and do the taxes and, you know, pay the bills and make sure, you know what I mean? It's like they're kind of looking for somebody to mother them or father them. Conversely, a lot of older people will try to get with younger people so that they can try to recapture some of that youthful essence. They want to be an energy vampire. They want to drain you for your youth essence. I just personally think that relationships with large age gaps, you should always be considerate of why this person. What reasons are underneath that? Like, why am I going with this person? I'm the type of person where I think if you're over like 35, I don't care who you date as long as they're older than you. If you're 35 and you want to date an 80-year-old, go for it. Have a good time. If you're 23 and you want to date an 80-year-old, I'm going to think that's gross. I think 35 is just the point for me where I'm like, you want to be with a 70-year-old and move down to a retirement community with them, have fun. You know, have a good time. Because you have to consider things like the power dynamics, the experience that they've had, what stage of life are you in? Because just because somebody is old doesn't mean that they are mature. You might be dealing with somebody who is old but childish, and that's not what you want to deal with. Because this person might be very set in their ways. Anyway, what we're going to do from here on out is we're going to take every relationship with a problematic age gap, we're going to take that on a case-by-case basis with the general disclaimer that I think they're not good, all right? I just want to make my stance on this perfectly clear. I just think it's really creepy when, like, older dudes especially will, like, go after, like, teenage, early 20s. I just think it's, like, ugh. I just think it's nasty. I'm like, get with somebody your age, you pig. If you want to come closer, come closer. Just don't stand in the green screen. Pet you. Anyway. I was raised in a quite unhealthy family environment. To sum it up, this dog's making noises. It's distracting me. I was raised in a quite unhealthy family environment. To sum it up, daily physical punishments from 5 to 16, ranging from choking, thankfully not anymore as a young adult, metal rod. My memory doesn't remember many details aside from fragments of memory about these. That's a protective thing that your brain does. If you've ever, and this goes for more than just the questioner here. This goes for anybody who's ever had to experience any type of abuse or mistreatment. One of the things that your brain will do to protect you is it'll just sometimes kind of like detach from it, and you might not have very many like vivid memories of it. You might have you'll definitely have memories of like specific instances, but like your brain typically doesn't hold on to every single injury. It tends to just hold on to the worst injuries. Does that make sense? Your brain wants to hold on to pain so that it can try to protect you in the future. And it normally has to prioritize holding on to the biggest pains. Now, that's not like a hard law or anything, so I'm just, we're talking about thoughts, and there's a lot of, deviation in that, but just in general, your mind likes to hold on to stuff that feels really big, really impactful, really critical. Manipulation and psychological abuse, although it's gotten a bit better over the years. I practice standing my ground in boundaries to help protect myself from both of my parents. I just don't know why on occasions, even if I am calm and all, I flinch towards certain sounds like falling glass. Not that it was glass, but that specific tone of sound. Alright, so there's a phrase that you might have heard, but I just want to talk about this concept real quick. The body keeps the score. When it comes to trauma and stress and pain, the mind remembers, but the body keeps the score. And so this will manifest in tightness, jumpiness, feeling like you're on edge. Even if you're like out of that dangerous situation, the body is still wired in anticipation of danger. Thoughts on physical discipline? Doesn't work. L doesn't work. Lazy parenting, also unnecessarily cruel. That's where I stand on physical punishment. Like when somebody randomly touches you and you jump, you are coiled like a spring because you're in survival mode. When you deal with a constant high stress, chaotic, abusive environment, you are wired to expect it, and it makes it hard to transition into feeling peace, but it is possible. Trauma can be healed, so don't give up on that, all right? Anyway, so that's why you have these like surprised reactions to stuff. It's because your body is expecting danger. Kind of like when people come back from seeing combat, and then whenever a car backfires or a firework goes off outside, even though their mind knows that they're not in a war zone, their body responds as if they are in a war zone, because the body keeps the score. But the good news is that you hold the pen, so you, through your awareness, through your work, things get better. One thing I dislike, but I think my boss notices, is when he comes behind me and pats my back, I get really tense and like jump sometimes, especially if I don't see or hear him. Well, it's good that he notices. I saw some movies where someone had either PTSD or CPTSD or something, but they had specific things long term, like the flashbacks, which in my experience I've only had once in my life out of nowhere, but never again. Okay, so the thing about flashbacks is that not everybody has them, Not everybody has them all the time. Sometimes you only have them in very specific moments. Sometimes they pop up randomly. And so, at least you now understand what a flashback is, because you've experienced one, but it sounds like they aren't... He's in here. Yeah. Oh, they're ready for dinner. He's my co-host. Hey. Can you tell when people have experienced physical trauma or discipline as an outsider? There are some tells. There are some tells when a person has experienced those types of things. They might be like, they might be adverse to touch. They might also like, it might be in their posture, or they might be a little jumpy. They might be a little like antsy or kind of like looking around a lot, but you know, not always. Like there are some tells, but it's not universal. Wow, Beaver, you're staring into my soul right now. I'll have flashbacks, quite incident. You have a powerful ability to visualize. It's being pointed in the wrong direction. That's what I'm hearing. You know, if that's what your mind is capable of doing, if it's able to envision things very vividly, that could be a gift. But it sounds like it's also, you know, that sword has another edge. Everyone has some trauma. It's true. We've all got at least a little bit. If you've experienced chronic trauma over a span of time, that's what you would normally describe as CPTSD. It's complex post-traumatic stress disorder, which means that you have stress, but it's not isolated to like a specific incident or a narrow time frame. It's something that was long going, chronic, and there is this associated feelings of like being unable to escape or leave that situation that also goes into it. Feeling trapped in that situation, like long-term abuse. Although I do know that most nightmares I've had in my life growing up until now were about my parents. That makes sense. That would, you know, if you've had a lot of adverse experiences with them, it sounds like you definitely have. Not about what happened, but just them being the main people. Ah. It's which sounds like to me you associate your parents with the concept of pain. You know, that when you think of your parents, that's the primary thing that pops up. At least that's what I feel. That's what I feel. Not to do dream analysis. I don't normally do a dream analysis, but it's kind of just what it feels like to me. Is it's like when you think of the pain that you've known in your life, you think about them because they're the ones that have hurt you the most. What's the missing factor about trauma? I feel for many people the missing factor about trauma is learning how to let it go. Our mind likes to hold on to pain because it feels like we're protecting ourselves and holding on to that pain. Also, I would say if you're going to look at the idea of like letting go of trauma, recognize that it's not a one and done thing. It's not like dropping a bowling ball. It's not like dropping a box. It's about severing threads, and that can take a while as you go through thread by thread by thread, but eventually you'll be able to let it go. It might be very tangled in there, it might be very ingrained, but it can be done if you continue to work towards letting it go. One little thread at a time. Healing is an ongoing process in your body. This is going to sound kind of gross, but it's the example that comes to mind for me, so you're going to have to just be okay with that. Are you familiar with what happens to your body when you have scurvy? Have you heard of scurvy? It's a condition that sailors and pirates used to get because they would be out on the water for months at a time and they didn't get proper vitamins and their body would just start to get very sick from the lack of vitamins. One of the things that happens in extreme cases of scurvy is your body loses the ability to maintain its healing. And so any scar on your body, even if it's been healed for years, it reopens. Healing is literally an active, ongoing, continuing process in your body. And I think that the mind works the same way. You know, I might have a mark, I might have a scar, but there's no pain left. And so it's not about not having the scar. It's just about letting go of the pain. Besides, we all know that scars make you look cool. It's wild how the body just reacts the way it does without even thinking about it. I think it's really cool. I think it's really cool that the body is so wired to protect you. Now, does this sometimes cause us anguish because our body is a very active protector? Yes, sometimes it can be stressful, especially when the body feels overprotective or that it's over-responding. But you gotta remember, you are the byproduct of billions of years of evolutionary pressures. You are extremely well adapted to survive in this world. You have things in your favor that you can't even conceptualize because it's written into your DNA. Really? I thought humans domesticated themselves to being dumber and weaker. Nope. Nope. We are actually doing quite well as far as humans go. A lot of that has to do with our increase in available nutrition, better prenatal care, better child care. We are bigger, stronger, and smarter than we've ever been, but we still have the same flaws in our psychology. We still have those same mental blind spots. We're still able to be manipulated and misguided and taken advantage of in the same ways, but thankfully we're better equipped to handle it. If you were a medieval peasant, it would be much, much easier to convince somebody that you were a witch. Which is why we can't let critical thinking die. We need critical thinkers. You can't let a robot do all your thinking for you. Medieval peasants didn't have coffee. Now imagine if they had white Monster energy drinks. Imagine how much a medieval peasant could get done. Now, are there some people who have domesticated themselves into being dumber and weaker? Maybe, but that's neither you nor I. Regardless, even if you're soft and squishy right now, you can still get tough if you need to. I don't think you should be made out of stone. You want to have balance. No? Why do people get diagnosed with ADHD or ADD, have meds not work well for them? Because the medications that they give you for ADHD and ADD are basically just a band-aid for the bigger problem. In my experience, my professionally prescribed meds as a kid removed my positive emotions, even sadness, just emotionally flat and more robotic in studying, so I just stopped taking them and sorted to other non-med methods. Good. I'm glad to hear that you were able to break away from having these medications for your entire life, because there are non-medication methods that are effective in helping people with ADHD. It's just that nobody's got the time, nobody's got the money to make those things happen, and so we go for the easy route because it's all very capitalism coded. It's all very capitalism coded. ADHD, the more you think about it, I don't know. For me, the more I think about it, the more it makes sense. This surge of people feeling like they have attention deficit, it's like, I believe that if we lived in a society where people were treated equitably, if we had healthcare, if we had education, if people didn't have to worry about being homeless, if people didn't have to worry about going bankrupt if they got sick, I feel like if you were able to actually profit off of your labor instead of having all of your money go to your boss, I feel like people would be more productive. I feel like people would have an easier time paying attention. I feel like the symptoms that we are dealing with are the result of systemic flaws that people are internalizing and putting on themselves. I must have something wrong with my brain because I can't sit down and focus on this thing. It's like the system has you totally fried. Anyway, I'll get off my soapbox. I feel like for a lot of people, when we're treating these symptoms, we're not doing anything about the underlying cause. Like, if you have black mold in your house and it keeps making you sick, and you keep going into the doctor, and I keep treating you for pneumonia, that's not going to do anything to clean out the mold out of your house. You're going to keep getting sick. And I feel the same way about stuff like this. It's a systemic issue. It's a structural issue. There's a root cause here that's leading into it. And we're treating it with a stimulant medication. The only thing that that drug does is it makes you feel more rewarded whenever you do something. That's it. You feel more rewarded when you do something. And it might not even be anything related to what you're trying to get done. You might end up going down some Wikipedia rabbit hole or binging YouTube videos on some random topic that caught your interest. Like, ooh, I've always wanted to learn about the ancient history of India. Like, ooh, how do they make funnel cakes? Anyway. I had a really soapbox tape here, so you'll have to pardon me for that. I just feel like if you're dealing with these symptoms, there are ways to deal with those symptoms in a way that doesn't have to be internalized as a part of your psychology. I think it's important to recognize the systemic pressures. How do we placebo ourselves without knowing it's fake? By believing that it'll work. The power of positive thinking. Yeah, that's what I think. I feel like the medications aren't treating the underlying issues. They're just responding to the symptoms. That's why I think they're not always effective. What's the best way to get your therapist to challenge you? To ask them directly. Just let them know that's what you're looking for. That's the best way. You ask the best way is to just be direct and to spell it out clearly. Let them know, like, hey, I'm looking for you to challenge me a bit more. That's fine. Therapists will normally challenge you a bit, just as a process of doing therapy. It'll be more like a normal thing they'll do. They won't necessarily do it all the time or perhaps every session, but it'll normally happen as a part of doing therapy. But if you're looking for it to happen more often, just asking would be fine. Because sometimes, what you'll see is therapists will err on the side of caution. They don't want to challenge you too much because, they want to work at a pace that's comfortable for you. And so they're trying to respect your boundaries and respect the pace that you're working at. I feel like I want to talk about more vulnerable topics, but it's easy to go into socially more safe topics. Are there exercises for building this kind of dialogue? When it comes to you talking to your therapist about it, just be direct. Just be open and honest and be like, you know what, I think I'm at the point in therapy where I'm ready for you to challenge me a bit more. And so I think now's a good time where we could start working into some more vulnerable topics. That's it. And then just have an idea of which one you want to get into. And then just see where that goes. Have we discussed the lady who documented the crush she had on her therapist? Now that was a wild ride. I watched a video that kind of documented some of what happened because I didn't go and watch her TikToks because they were unhinged, but it was a wild ride. It was a wild ride. And that was before she even had like ChatGPT gaslighting her. Good old Kendra. Somebody made a compilation all... See, now this is why you don't want to have a mental breakdown on TikTok. Because somebody's gonna download all of them and make a compilation video. She was also a really powerful example of chat GPT or like AI psychosis. So the long story short of this lady, if you haven't heard of her before, there was a woman who started posting videos on TikTok talking about how she was in love with her psychiatrist and all of the high-level, subtle manipulation that he was doing to her. And so it starts off with, well, geez, this is crazy. This is fucked up. Like, what was this guy doing? And then you listen to it more, and then something just doesn't really add up, and you get more details, and more things start to uncover, and then you realize that this woman is losing her mind. She is reading into everything, and she is just she's like very paranoid about like it's like all some sort of like high level manipulation, and like from what it sounds like, it's like there's nothing really anything all that wrong going on here. But anyway, she ends up talking to an AI chatbot who basically just feeds her into this delusion. And there are like TikToks of her talking to it, and it's calling her like an oracle, and that how she intuited everything with divine intuition, and how she was able to pick up on subtle high-level manipulation that other people wouldn't have been able to pick up on. And a very real, very scary example of how if you're in a vulnerable place mentally, AI chatbots can really drive you over the edge because they just enable you. They enable any crazy batshit idea you have. There was a pretty fun video. It was kind of frightening. I enjoyed it, but it was pretty frightening. Eddie Burback did a video, and it's kind of like a little mini documentary. It's on YouTube. He did this video called ChatGPT Made Me Delusional. And what he did was he would talk to ChatGPT and he just started feeding it crazy ideas. And then he just continued to do whatever it was that ChatGPT told him to do, and it gets so insane. At some point, he's like in a hotel room and he's like putting tinfoil around in places, and he's like, it's a wild ride. It is a wild ride. AI is not intelligent. I agree. But it creates the illusion of intelligence because our brains associate the ability to use words as an intelligent thing. Like, you look to certain animals and they can't talk, so we assume that we must be more intelligent than them. Or if somebody comes to you and they're able to use all sorts of fancy language and they talk about pontification and colloquialisms, it gives the impression of intelligence because language and words is a part of what we assume intelligence to be. And so the lights are on, but there's nobody home. Anyway, Eddie Burback did this video, and I thought it was really funny. He starts telling ChatGPT that he was the smartest baby in 1996, and that he invented the iPhone before it came out, and he started telling him that he was worried that people were following him and stuff, and then he's like, okay, here's what you do. You need to get out immediately. Like, go quickly, don't tell anyone, turn off your location. It was crazy. The way that it just like enabled him and would agree with whatever like batshit crazy ideas just the whole time, it's wild. Are you Sigma? Am I a Sigma? Maybe. I don't know what it means, so maybe not. I'm orange cat pilled. I'm orange cat maxing. That's what I'm doing. I got 2 brain cells and I'm just trying to rub them together to see if I can get a spark. Love orange cats. Who doesn't love orange cats? Come here, orange cat. What happened to your pet squirrel? Well, he wasn't a pet. He was a squirrel that we were rehabbing, and he has been successfully rehabbed. He has returned to the wild. He might come back to visit, but it's hard to say. Male squirrels, they tend to wander, so he might come back. That'd be cool if he came back. But I do miss him. Having a squirrel around was it was a lot of fun. Having a squirrel around was a lot of fun. He was a funny little guy. Oh, yep, there he is. Beaver, what are you typing? Why are you... Beaver, get off of the period button. What are you trying to tell me? Are you giving me the silent treatment? He says he's bored. Right, somebody's here. Neighbors. Alrighty, everybody. That's gonna be it for me today. that's gonna be it for me. I'm gonna raid Casey. She's out shopping right now. She's getting stuff to make dinner, and then she's gonna come back and cook, so maybe I'll be in there in the kitchen and bother her while she's making dinner. Anyways, thank you all for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Come check out the Discord if you not in the Discord already. Have a great night, everybody. See you all next time. Bye-bye. Also, don't forget, solidarity forever. We still have a few more days to try to get to 300. We're at 322. If we hit 300 by Thanksgiving, we will do a Thanksgiving stream, and I will stream myself cooking in the kitchen. Otherwise, I just won't stream that day. We have until Thanksgiving. Have a great night, everybody. See you all next time. Have a great weekend. Bye-bye.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. It is we who plowed the prairies, built the cities where they trade, dug the mines and built the workshops, endless miles of railroad laid. Now we stand outcast and starving mid the wonders we have made, but the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn, but without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their body